Okay, good afternoon, folks. Hope everyone is well. I'll just mention this now. You probably noticed I took a bit of a hit on my account yesterday. I came back, I think, what was I yesterday? I think I started on 52,300 and something. And I came back a bit later and tried to just push it to hit that $2,600. It's that sort of that amount you sort of where things start to move away from the what's the word I'm looking for? Where the drawdown stops. Yeah. So I got into a trade and lost it, and I doubled up to try and get out of it. I ended up losing $800. Now, what I will say is, for the first time, I managed to walk away. So I'm kind of glad it happened, actually. Every other time I've done that I've took a hit like that, I've revenge traded and either got lucky and got the money back, or I've blown the account and I just thought, just walk away. So for the first time yesterday, I felt like I'm now starting to get a little bit of control. So I was kind of glad it happened, although I'm down to 1,660. I'm kind of glad it happened because it just gave me a little feeling that actually now I'm managing to say, okay, enough's enough, let's walk away. So I'm actually glad it happened in a strange way. So let's see how we get on today. So Indy, how you doing? Ionis, how are you? What's how you doing, buddy? Rodian, how you doing? So are you still happy to trade? Yeah, I don't think it's the contracts is the issue. I've managed to build up quite fine. Hey, Speedy, how you doing? I mean, really, whether you're trading one, if I trade two contracts at the moment, let's say the average loss is about 250. I've got to lose, realistically, 9 trades in a row, even if it's a bit higher, 8 to 9 trades in a row to blow that account. You're not really going to do that. And if you do that, you're clearly not ready for trading. So, yeah, I'm okay with doing it. I prefer to get it moving a bit quicker, in all fairness. But I sort of recognise the fact, what I did, I went from 2 contracts, doubled up to 4, and it stopped me out and I was down $800. So what I'd have normally done is every other time up to now, I'd have just doubled up or tripled up or hit 10 contracts and tried to get it back in a point or two. And I just thought, I'd just walk away. Much better to start tomorrow on $1,600 rather than start back on an evaluation costing more money. So I actually feel like I'm now starting to get a bit of control, which is, the bit we're sort of aiming towards, really. So I'm quite pleased it happened, really. Okay, market is officially open. So we've got this push down and a few drops. So we've got some news coming up soon. So good to hear. And we have stops this bloke. Yeah, well, it's the first time, usually the emotions get the better of you, and every other time my emotions have got the better of me. And I've jumped back in. But this time I didn't. I managed to say, what's the point? Because I'm going to blow the account. I'm going to walk away and I'm going to come back tomorrow. I'm going to have to start on an evaluation. And then when I've passed an evaluation, I've got to pay another $140. And I thought, I'm going to wake up tomorrow and be glad I'm starting at 1,660. So I'm only 800 down. So, I've been averaging that in a few days. So I just thought, oh, sod it. And I think the more you do it, the more sooner or later you just start to see sense and think it's just not worth being stupid. So I felt really good about myself. I found it difficult to stay away. I wanted to go back, but I thought, just leave it, just walk away. So I went downstairs, had a couple of whiskies and just chilled out, forgot about it. So I'm very pleased. So, sometimes, you've got to hit something to trigger something to just to say that it's just not worth it. So I'm glad it happened, actually. And you don't really want to say that about a loss, but sometimes it takes these things to sort of get us starting to think a little bit clearly. So let's see how we get on today. But I feel perfectly fine today. I don't feel any different. I don't feel like I'm in a rush to get into a trade. I don't feel frustrated. I just feel like, okay, I've still got $1,600. So, yeah, so good. I think it's, I think something happens, you hit a wall or something changes and you go, it's just not working. Because I guarantee you now, every other time I would have traded and lost $800, I'd have jumped straight in, 10 contracts straight away, and just gone for 8 ticks to try and get a chunk of it back. That's what I've always done. But I managed to make a good decision and stay away. So that's good. I think that's... I feel finally now I'm starting to get some control. So I was really pleased, actually, that it happened, because I think I may have started to turn a corner with that side. The trading's okay. My trading skill, I think, is comfortably enough now that I can build an account. Obviously, we're always learning, day by day. Every day is a school day. But, obviously, the skills that you build up, they need to get to a certain level where you're obviously making better decisions and you're losing less than you win. And it is. But the one thing I've been struggling with, and I think that, everyone struggles with, is the revenge trading. Hey, Michael, how you doing? I have been looking at your charts that you've been sending me. So it's amazing, really. When I started this stream, I thought most people would trade the same way as me, but it is amazing how many people trade completely different ways and different styles and different time frames and, different strategies. So it's really interesting. There's no one size fits all. So let's see how we get on today anyway. So I hope everyone's well. I hope everyone's sorted for Christmas. If you haven't done your Christmas shopping yet, then it's time to start panicking. So we're at the 20th. So Wednesday, we've got 2 more days after today. So there seems to be a reasonable amount of volume overnight. So, and I am wondering whether we're going to push up, because we have had this, cryptos are pumping nice as well. So we've had this big channel moving up and we've had a break of it. So whether we'll push up, but we did hit all-time highs yesterday. I did hear on some financial news that we were about to hit all-time highs. So interesting. So it'd be interesting to see whether we continue on up. There's no reason why we shouldn't. We've pushed up again and gone a bit. So we seem to do that. We pushed up, went sideways. Pushed up, went sideways. We had that initial push up back here, where we had the news that they were going to have rate cuts, and then we spent 3 days. Well, 2 days mainly going sideways, and then we had another good pump. So whether we'll have a bit more sideways before we go up or not, who knows? But keep it in mind, we have got some news coming up in about 25 minutes. Consumer confidence, I'm assuming that will be positive as well. I don't know how you can put a dampener on the fact that we've got some rate cuts coming early next year. So I'm assuming consumer confidence, that will obviously bring the interest at the interest rate down as well. So I think it's all good. So hopefully, whether anything will change when that news comes out at 3 o'clock UK time or not, who knows? So we'll see. So we do seem to have started up in a channel. We've had this channel down. We've had a break. We've had a couple of legs pushed down, a couple of other legs up, and another drop. And it does look like it's sort of bottoming, but whether we'll come back up, whether we end up going a bit of sideways, I'm not sure just yet. So let's keep an eye on that. If it does turn here, then maybe I'll drop that back in. So yeah, so I took that $800 hit and I walked away like a real man. I felt very proud of myself. Because the trouble is, when those emotions kick in, it's almost, we go into sort of fight or flight, or what they call dissociative states, where to hell with the rules, and you're just working on pure adrenaline, pure emotions. But you're never going to react the same forever. At some point, I always use the analogy when I was a young lad, I went to boxing classes. I went in the ring for the first time after a couple of months, and it was all a big blur. You start swinging like crazy, and then you get the guys who've been doing it for a few years go in the ring, and they're a lot more controlled, and it's all to do with emotions. So at some point, you're going to start, those emotions aren't going to affect you the same way, and your sort of rational, clear thinking brain's going to kick in and think, okay, I've got 2 options. 20% chance of getting my money back, because of the emotions, or 80% chance of blowing the account. And obviously the sensible thing to do for the clear thinker is forget it, cut your losses, walk away, take a hit, learn your lesson. And I finally, those emotions, I have felt different this time. I went from trading 2 contracts down to 1 contract. And when I went back to 2 contracts, I thought I would feel it, and it hasn't had the same effect. When I'm in a trade, I'm not really scared. I'm not feeling really nervous. I just wait for a setup. I take it, and I, you just go with it, and you just have to accept the fact. So, when you've been doing it for a certain amount of time, day in, day out, the same thing, sooner or later those emotions will start to ease. But finally felt like a bit of a breakthrough last night. So, although I lost $800, I was really glad it happened, because I felt like I had a lot of value out of that. So, let's see how we get on. ATR's coming down already. So, let's see what happens. So there is a possibility, breaking a new low, we could have 1 push up, a second push up, and then maybe some downward stuff again. We haven't come down much from the highs at all. All-time highs, and we've only dropped about 17 points, which is not a lot really, so we could come down a bit more and then go sideways. Where do we have that break? We had that break here, so we could have a couple of legs down, and then maybe, I don't know, a little bit of time going sideways, or we could just push straight back up. Who knows? Be interesting to see what happens come this consumer sentiment news. But I'd say, the consumer is feeling pretty good about themselves at the moment anyway. As we know, we got these rate cuts coming next year, so we're aiming in the right direction now anyway. So let's see how we get on today. I'm really surprised we've still got this 1 day passing and 71% discount. I'm really surprised with this run up for Christmas. They haven't given us a decent discount, because they're not selling as many evaluations as I think they thought they were going to. And I know this because I'm an affiliate. And when you guys use my code, there's a clear difference compared to when we have these 80 and 90%. So I'm really surprised they've kept this going as long as they have. Didn't seem to sit well with a lot of people, and I get that. I was really hoping for 90% off. Yeah, the trouble is, if they leave it too late, people are going to be on a break. I mean, really, if you're going to sell something, you want to sell it to people that are in the market to buy, and a lot of people are going to be breaking up for Christmas. So I thought this week, at least maybe for the last 3 or 4 days of the week, I mean, we got Christmas Day, Boxing Day, so you've got Tuesday and Wednesday next week, a couple of days, and then that's it to the new year. So I don't know, maybe they'll surprise us, but I thought that come the beginning of this week, especially when, we didn't see, I spoke to a few people about that. Was it someone here said yesterday they complained about it? It didn't feel right, really. It did, we did get the impression that Apex was sending us the wrong message. They were saying, here we go, we've got a perfect opportunity for you to gamble. You can pass it in a day. I've never heard anything like that from a prop firm. I've heard all sorts of different types of discounts, but never anything, here we go, 1 day, see if you can get lucky. So I did have a feeling that, with the feedback they get, they might get rid of it pretty sharpish, but they haven't. So who knows? Who knows? I am wondering whether volume is a bit low. We had that initial quick movement, and then Robin, probably the New Year's sale. Yeah, probably. But the trouble is, they're missing out on sales. Leading up to Christmas. I don't know. What do I know? What do I know? So perhaps we are retesting these highs. Certainly not slowing down, is it? So I'd like to see a break of this channel now if we're going to continue up. Maybe down here. We're coming into the overnight lows there. Oh, no, you probably call them down here, don't you? Sorry, the open. So there's definitely some resistance there. You can clearly see it right the way along there. So whether we're going to, I have a feeling we're going to get a break here at some point. We are on the NQ at the moment. NQ is quite different today. Almost looks like an overshoot on the NQ. Yeah, that looks like an overshoot on the NQ, so I can see now we're getting up to this area here. We're going to find some resistance here. I can see us having a break. This will be the one, I think. Couple of legs down and another leg up, get us to these highs. Whether we're going to end up ranging after the last few days, hitting all-time highs earlier on, actually. First thing this morning, and now having a break of this bigger channel here. Let me just get this in a minute. That big channel fitted absolutely lovely over the last few days and beautifully on the top. Touch perfect, near enough. And it was fitting nice. So as soon as when we opened yesterday evening, we did continue up to all night highs, and then we had a quick drop. So whether we're going to retest this and go sideways or have a couple of legs down and go sideways, God only knows. In fact, I'll be surprised if he knows. I think even he'd be struggling with these markets. Bit of sideways here, so there's some support up here, a little bit there and a bit further up. So I would expect a break. The volume is slow today. I mean, market's only been open, what time is it now? 15 minutes, and it's all whether it's to do with the news. I doubt it, because it is continuing up. Usually, if it slows because of the news, it tends to go sideways, but this is continuing to grind up. Okay, bit of sideways. So whether we go sideways and push up, but I would expect a break. Okay. Hopefully we get two nice legs. Let's see what happens here. So we've gone right up to the top corner of this and we've gone sideways. That bar I think is a bit risky because you've got enough. There's no room to the highs there. There's nothing. There's a tick if that. Laufey, how you doing? What happened to that peer count? That's a good question, mate. I came back a little bit later and I tried to just push it towards that $2,600. And I lost the trade and I went 4 contracts instead of 2. And it went 800 and I decided just to get out of the trade. And I managed to get away from the computer, which has never happened in all fairness. So I took $800 hits on it. But for the first, as I was just saying earlier, for the first time, I managed to walk away. So I'm kind of glad it happened because I do feel like I may have broken down that wall. My head sort of overtook the emotions and I decided the best thing to do is just to walk away. Much better to start on $1,600 today rather than turn back up feeling frustrated and having another evaluation and another $140. That's what I did. And it was okay, it worked. So I feel quite good. I feel like finally I'm starting to achieve something. So 5k. But if you're supposed to retake, but you are supposed to take payouts after you hit 5k. Well, to be honest with you, I wanted to try and hit 7 really. It's not that I wanted a payout, I just wanted to hit it for some odd reason. It was just nice to have the option to if I wanted to, but I don't know, who knows what you're thinking sometimes in this business. But I'm actually glad it happened because I seem to get I seem to get control of those emotions, and my clear head was thinking, and that is, in all fairness, I've never ever come back to a chart after and took a hit like that and walked away. Never. There are two things that have happened. Either 20% of the time, 20-30% of the time, I'd have got back to where I was out of pure, maybe dumb luck, or I'd have blown the account and I'd have been back on an evaluation this morning. So I'm actually really glad it happened, because I do feel like I've turned a bit of a corner with those emotions. Obviously, though, they're the hardest thing to get right. So, but I started the day on 2,300 yesterday, so I'm. So I don't know what am I. 370, 475, 76, 70, 700. 700 lower than I was when I started yesterday. So it's not terrible. It's not terrible. I've just looked on my account. Yeah. From when I started yesterday, $695 down. So that's all right. I'm all right with that. It's not terrible. You make that back in a few days. But yeah, I'm kind of glad it happened, because I managed to finally feel like I've got some control. So we're struggling to get up here. When that bar formed, getting close to this, there's some resistance here. I'm expecting a break here. You can take that back by the end of the week. Yeah, well, that's what I mean. See, you've got two options when you take a hit like that. The two options: you either revenge trade, which a lot of us do, and I've done myself, or you either say, okay, it's happened. I can either blow my account and come back tomorrow, so then you've got to take an evaluation, and then you've got to pay another $140, or I can come back tomorrow at $1,660 up. And I managed to just think clearly. And that's something I've never done. Those emotions have always been way powerful. As we know, it just takes over. But at some point, you'll get control of them. At some point, they won't continue to have the same effect. You can't do the same thing day in, day out, and it still have that same effect on you. You'll get used to it. Your mind will get used to it. So, yeah, exactly, Jay. Yeah, big picture. You have a PA with 660. Yeah. I mean, I was 695 down from when I started yesterday. Like I say, you can get that in 2 or 3 days. 3 days comfortable, even 4 days, not trading great, which is nothing really. But I'd never been able to do that before. So I was really glad it happened, because it taught me that actually you are now starting to get used to those emotions. And starting to gain control of them, because, we've all done it, haven't we? All of a sudden, you blow the account, you sit back and you think, what the hell happened? I don't even remember making a conscious decision to do something. It's like when when you're a young lad, or maybe not so young, and you get into a punch up when you're younger, or for whatever reason, it happens that quick, and you barely know what happened. Because those emotions, it's that fight or flight. It's, it just takes over. So I'm glad it happened, because it and that was a fair size hit for me to take $800. We're not talking about losing a $200-300 trade. It's a chunk of money, $800. So, well, it was basically a third of my account. It ate up 30% of my account, and I've never done that without revenge trading. I absolutely 100% would have jumped straight back in. But what I did see, I lost one trade, and then I'll go back up to. I'll go to 4 contracts, so I doubled up and see if I could got it. And when it started going against me, I didn't move me stop. I said, I'll leave it there wherever it was, and if it gets hit, it gets hit, and it did, and that was it. I shut the computer straight down and walked away, and I've never done that, never. Can I ask where you took the loss? Yeah, it was around here somewhere. Let me think. I expected it. It looked like it was struggling to get up. I can't remember it what. I can't remember. Let me think. It was around about here somewhere. It came down and touched something. I think we know this. I think I went short somewhere. I can't remember now. Thanks, bud. I went short somewhere. I think it was after that. Had I gone short there or something? I can't remember now. It looked like it was. I may have got in about here somewhere. And I was trying to get it down to the bottom, and it turned on me quickly. And then it started to gun back up. And I was on 2 contracts at the time. It just looked like it was struggling to come up, and I thought it was going to come down. Then all of a sudden, that thing shot up. I think I'd gotten about here or something. I think on 4 contracts. I can't remember. I think it was 4 contracts because I'd lost 1 trade and then went in for 4. I got back there, and it came up and hit me 800. I think I had me stop. I can't remember where I had me stop now, but as soon as it hit it, $800, I just shut it down and walked away. And I have never done that. I don't think it shows you on here. Oh yeah, it does. Here somewhere. I took 1 loss for 2 contracts, and then I came in here with 4 or something. Was it there? I can't remember now. I think my stop was up here. I think my stop was there. I gave an extra tick and my stop got hit. But yeah, anyway, I ended up no. I ended up down $800. 800 and something anyway. But I've never. Well, I think my account was at $1,400 and something dollars. I think by the end of the day, $1,450, something like that. But what frustrated me is I went for a trade yesterday, and I needed, I think, about 6 ticks to pass it, and it bounced off me trade, me take profit 3 or 4 times before coming down. So I was a bit frustrated it did that, which I don't know why. Maybe it's why I came back. I don't know. But okay, is this that news already? Oh yeah, here's the news. Okay, I'm guessing it's going to be slightly positive anyway. Consumer sentiment. I wouldn't expect too much, but yeah, slightly positive if anything. Or people are thinking, okay, we're going up, so let's get in. But yeah, I mean, the important thing is I managed to get away and cut my losses, and I've never done that. Never. After I've come back, especially or with a loss of $800. Okay, so we've got a channel up here, bit of sideways with a break, and then a push up. The news, slightly positive, nothing to write home about. It went from here, it's gone up 3 points, 4 points, if that. So nothing really. So I wouldn't expect it. I expected it carrying out was doing, so I didn't expect too much. Consumer sentiment, I think, is better anyway now, isn't it? We know we got these cuts coming. Inflation's coming down slowly, so what is it, about 4? I think ours is 4.6 in the UK. I think yours might be slightly higher. But you've got rate cuts, so I'd expect it to get down by the end of the year to, I would have said, comfortably 3.5%, something like that. I think you guys work on 2% as inflation. I think we work on 2.2 in the UK. Well, I might be wrong, but so I think you've got a couple of rate cuts. What do they usually cut them by? 0.25% or something? I don't know. 0.5%. Well, it could be either, really, couldn't it? So I'd expect inflation to get, by mid to late part of the year down to around about 3%, 3.5%, somewhere around there anyway. Certainly a lot better than it is now. Maybe more. It depends how next year goes, I suppose. So I do wonder whether we're going to do a bit of this today after that those, two full days of push-ups, all-time highs hit. We went up and hit all-time highs early part of the overnight, and then came down a bit sideways and now pushing up. So whether we're retesting this or whether we're going to range or go higher, who the hell knows? You're getting there, but still tilt. Yeah. I'm not going to be cocky about it, because I remember when I first got my PA account, I thought I've cracked it as a trader. And I got my account up to $7,500. I remember saying to my wife, it's not can I do it, I am doing it. And it just goes to show you, sometimes you can get a bit confident and you think, you're plain sailing now, and you get a bit confident and things can come back to bite you. So, but reference the emotions. I think the sensible thing now I'm starting to think a little bit clearly, was to not come back in the end anyway. I don't often come back as much as I used to. Let's put it like that. So I think after that yesterday, I think the simple fact is do your trades for the day, regardless of what happens, walk away and just leave it at that. But I am trying to get into a hobby. My wife's bought me some of this leather craft stuff for Christmas. These different tools to make leather, to make things like wallets and stuff. I just said I want a hobby. And I like watching, what I find relaxing, I like watching these guys make shoes, these handmade leather brogues that cost a bomb. They cut the leather, they shape it, real craftsmen. And I kind of watch that on YouTube sometimes if I'm, bored or something. And I kind of like watching it, relaxes me. Watching a pair of classic Oxford brogues from scratch. Real craftsman. And I remember saying to my wife, I'd love to be able to make something out of leather. So she bought me a bunch of tools and a few pieces of leather. Because I always had hobbies. And then when I started trading, I stopped everything. I did karate for years. That used to be the thing I used to do for fitness. I've never enjoyed fitness, but with the sort of martial arts, it's more about the learning, and the fitness just comes along. But I used to do a bit of scuba diving as well a few years ago. And I've always done a bunch of stuff. You've been watching Wendy too much from Billy's. I watched her again last night. She's gone back to work for Axe, hasn't she? I think Axe had filed a few lawsuits against her husband. Yeah, probably. You were just, oh, you really? I was just watching YT video on Crown Northampton Sneak. Oh, really? Yeah, there's this Chinese guy I watch. Yeah, she isn't she? She's lovely. There's this Chinese guy I watch on YouTube, and he makes Oxford brogues. Like the leather brogue shoes. I don't know if you guys know what brogues are, but you sure you do. And he makes them out of, he makes the sole, he puts bits together, it's where he hammers the nails and all this sort of thing. And I find it really relaxing, actually, and he buffs them up to a shine, and I quite like watching real craftsmen. And it's the music as well, it sort of puts you to sleep a bit, but I like watching that. And I thought to my wife, because I've always enjoyed making stuff, I've always rather made it than bought it. And then she said, I've got you some stuff. Well, I saw it come through and I went, have you been buying me this stuff? So she went, you need a hobby. You've always done something as a hobby, but all you seem to think about is trading. So what I want to try and do is use these 3.5 hours for my work day. And at the end of the day, shut down shop. Because I always find out what everyone else has done. I look at the streamers. I look at Mac's video. I look at Marco's chart, I compare it to mine, and I'm going to start doing that before I trade the following day. So come to the chart 30 minutes earlier and do me studying on yesterday's chart then. So I'm going to shut down shop at the end of the day and start knocking up leather whips and stuff like that. I might make my wife one of these leather hoods. So as she bought me, I'm going to make her something. But no, I just fancy having a go at a wallet or something, I don't know. Wallet, a couple of key rings, but just something to give me something to do in the evening to get my mind off trading, because I live, eat, sleep and breathe. Did you ever do Eric and Marco's tip? I haven't. See, they started it. I'd already done a couple of years or a year when they started it, so I'd already gone with Mac really. So I didn't feel a need to sort of pay anything extra and do that. And I think they're more expensive than Mac, aren't they? I think, but I haven't actually, no. But I do like Marco, and I do rate him as well. Is that Eric from the forum? I don't really know him. I haven't spent a lot of time in the forum really. The last time I put a comment in there, I just had some arsey comments from someone. So I tend to not spend much time, but I'm pretty sure it's an Eric. Yeah, he put the course together based on Max. Really? Apparently I did hear they had Max Blessing, which is always good. But, at the end of the day, the way I see it, at the end of the day, put together Taylor and Tobias, yeah, I absolutely rate Marco, and I rate Taylor as well. I like watching his trades. He trades similar to me, doesn't always go for a fixed amount. Sometimes he goes for 2 points, sometimes he goes for 4, but he makes a judgment, based on, if we have a break here and we're 6 points from the lows and we're going short, he will probably take 4 points. So I kind of like the way he tries to get more out of it if he thinks it's available. But I don't know much about Tobias. I don't think he makes as many videos as Marco. But I always watch Marco. To be honest with you, I think Marco's an absolute gem. He's always been very supportive of me. I have never, ever heard a negative word come out of that guy's mouth. And it's people like that you want around you when you're learning this business. He's always been really, really supportive to me. And you value people like that help you, encourage you. I've only ever had good supporting, encouraging stuff from him. So I think he's a really nice guy. But no, I don't know much about the course, but I don't know, what do they charge? What do they charge for it? And have you done it? Just out of curiosity. So what is going on here? Have we got something bigger? I have a feeling that this is turning into a range. And after those last couple of days of strong movements and the all-time highs, I would probably expect that. So we've had a break, a couple of pushes up to a new high. So if we can push down, as we've already broken that, I don't think we could open that up, really. Maybe. Actually, it doesn't look too bad, does it? I'm still not going along here because I want to give this chance to come back, because I think we may end up doing some sidewards. I can't remember the price. Takes a couple of months to get for Eric. Yeah, a few people said Eric's very good, but I don't know much about him. I've maybe put 4 or 5 comments in the forum in the last sort of 2.5 years. But I didn't realise that a lot of the time when you put a question for Mac, everybody else sees it, and I'd had a bad day and all this. And someone said, "Why are you asking Mac? All you ever do is run him down. You moan about his trades." And I went, "No, I don't. All I say is I think putting so many high probability trades can be confusing. That's all I've ever said. I've got Mac's website on my screen to show people, half a dozen times, and I absolutely think he's a great guy and relate him. But he just give me arsey comments, so I just thought it's just not worth putting messages on there. But you did it. What did you think, Robin? In fact, I think Mac's on about I think Mac's going to retire in the next year or two. I would say probably year after next. It was okay, but I liked Thomas way better. Really? Yeah. Is it? Does he do a course, or is it more just a group or a forum? I don't know much about what he does. I watch his bar by bar, yeah. The TW course. I didn't realise he did a course. I thought he just had like or did I? I can't remember now. But I do watch his bar by bar. What I'd like to see, what I do like about Thomas Wade is he does show some of his losing trade premiums. Oh, right, yeah. He does show. I always like it when people show their losing trades because I think it's important to know even experienced traders lose. So I like it when people, and I know he shows his losing trades from time to time, and I like that because you got to know these guys are human. So we're going a bit sideways here, so it does look like there's some support there, as I thought there, or some resistance there. So I have a feeling that this may just go a bit sideways for a day or two. Struggling to get up here. Having said that, I would like to see a break here, so I'd be interested to see if we have a break, whether we push higher and we continue on that leg, or continue on that move up, or whether we have maybe a break, retest, and then drop. Charges 105 for 3 months. See, it's hard to know. It's hard to sort of know what extra I'll learn because I kind of understand how it works. From I've spent 2 years with Mac, and I watch Mac's charts and I watch other people's charts and I trade myself. I've been trading this style for a little over 2.5 years, so I understand the strategy and how it works. And I think the difference then between trader to trader is maybe some people, may trade a specific trade a lot more than others. It depends what sort of luck you have with them. I tend to avoid tops and bottoms because I think I'm crap at them. In all honesty, watching bar by bar, really all you need. Yeah. The thing I'll say about that, Robin, is the same with Max. Is it's easier to do a bar by bar when you know what happens. What I like to know is who traded what. Now, it's like with Max, when he does his sort of bar by bar, it would be nice just to say, okay, there's this, there's that, there's this, that one would have lost, blah, blah, blah. And that's one of the things I like about Thomas Wade is he does show you some of the trades he lost, because I think it's important to see that, and not every trader does that. See, so that's one of the things I like about him. It is important to show people that you do have losses, because sometimes you'll see these traders and they'll show trade after trade after trade, not one loss. I wish Mac would do that a bit more. Well, at all. I wish he would say, okay, so you may have got stuck on this one, or there was a second entry long, there's a few people got stuck on this one, or that one I would have, what I'd like to do for him to do at the end of the day is go, okay, out of all the trades I've marked today, that one I'd have definitely shorted, that was a good solid trade, and that one, they were the better of the two. I'd like him to say that, really, because when you're showing newer traders, a dozen high probability trades in a day, and then he's saying he only takes a couple of trades a day. Do you know what I mean? So it's easy to say it was a high probability trade because it worked, but not all these trades would work. And if there was a dozen high probability trades per day, you'd be daft not to take them. Yeah. I think all I'd like him to do was to go out of the whole day. That's the short I would have taken, and I would have taken that long there, because a lot of the times, if we have a trend like this, Mac will put high probability trade there, a high probability trade there, and he'll say, It's been such a strong trend. Every time it comes back, you could have taken him. But at the time, you don't know that. It's easy to look back at the end of the day and say, you know, if you'd have taken a trade there, taken a trade there, taken a trade there, but you don't know what it's going to do. And in real time, it's very different. You know, I don't know that it's going to do that. We had this first leg up and then we had a couple of legs of correction, and you don't know that it's going to push up and then drop. So it's confusing for newer trade. You know, I understand how the thing works now, but it's confusing to show newer traders there was 10, 12 or 15 high probability trades when there clearly isn't that many in a day. You know what I mean? I could say it's gone sideways, we've come off the key entry point, take a long there. But in reality, you can't, because it's not, you know, there's no room to the highs. So, you know, so that's my only gripe. But that's all it is. It's nothing nasty. I think what Mac's done for traders is brilliant. You know, all I talk about is I wish he would do this, because I think it would help me more and probably other traders. But you know, it is what it is. But I still watch Mac because I find value from it. You know, I watch him every single. Well, usually it's around about 1 o'clock in the morning. I watch him because I think he's absolute value for money. Ooh, interesting. So you may have gone long there, thinking sideways, and now we're pushing up, and all of a sudden just a quick drop down. So I would say, for me, I think this is maybe starting to turn into a bit of a range. There's a possibility we still get out, but I wish more traders would let you see them trade. They don't even need to say anything. You know, they could just be having someone watching the back, like Thomas Wade. You know, put it this way: to see people like Thomas Wade trade live, he doesn't even need to say a word, or maybe if he's looking at a trade, I'm looking at this one now, and that is it. Have no comments, nothing that would distract you. I'll pay $100 a month to watch that, and I bet there's another couple of hundred people who would do the same. It could make $10,000, $20,000 a month extra for people to watch him trade, because the thing about watching someone trade is if they're looking at the same trade that you're looking at it, it gives you that belief that I am thinking, because there's so many different failures in this business. It's very, very hard. If you're learning to, say, become a bricklayer, you'll make 2 or 3 mistakes and you'll get the hang of it, and then you'll learn a bit more. But with trading, it's failure after failure after failure, and it knocks your confidence and self-belief. Whereas if you watch an experienced trader trade who trades the same system as you can go, okay, yeah, I get it. You know, I'm looking at taking this one, and so is he. That gives me the belief, because all I've got is myself to go on. You know what I mean? Later, I can, you know, at the time, I can say, well, Max says that one's okay, but in real time, did he? So I think watching a trader, an experienced trader who trades the same as you feel the same way, Robin, yeah, it is absolutely invaluable. So I would pay $100 per month happily, because you could, you know, if I'm going for a trade and he thinks it's a bad one and doesn't take it, that will save me double that once in a month. 10 people, $1,000, 100 people, $10,000. I reckon there'll be 100 people queuing up to make himself $10,000 a month. He doesn't even need to have two-way conversation. All he needs to do is sit there and say, okay, I'm looking at a setup here. And it would save you getting trapped. Less experienced traders. I mean, I don't get trapped as much as I used to. But if I'm looking at something and I'm missing that there may be something else, having someone else talking, I might message him actually and saying, I think you would have 100 people plus. You can make yourself $10,000. I mean, Christ, $10,000. God, I wish 100 people had watched me for that much. But, you know, he's been trading about 8 or 9 years. As far as I'm concerned, he's quite an experienced trader, so I'd happily pay to watch him. But it would save you making a mistake. If you save yourself one mistake in a month, you would save double that $100. Includes Discord channel. Marco is in the Discord. Oh, is he really? And sometimes they discuss upcoming trades that they are expecting, but not all the time. Put it this way, mate, and I'll tell you this for certain: if he or Mac did something like that, I'd stop streaming myself and watching myself, because I think it would be valuable. I do this because I like mixing with other traders and stuff like that. That's why I initially did it. Well, I think the main reason I initially did it is because I'm accountable. If I got someone watching me, you're less likely to do something stupid. You know, if your bosses, whatever job you're doing, if all of a sudden the big bosses come around and do a visit for the day, you tend to do a better job, don't you? So that's why I started. Now, don't get me wrong, you make a nice few $100s a month from affiliates as well. And it helps. It certainly covers my trading, my trade costs. But if Mac or someone like that started streaming live, I'd pay $100 and shut down shop and watch it myself. Absolutely. DeMarco and I don't know, actually. How about short wait for low? Oh, here. Not taking anything at the moment because it's going sideways. It could still continue up. Until we've come up to this other level and pushed away from it, I'm not looking upon it as a range. I think it's more likely. But if you go long here and it triggers and comes down, so you've got to let this sort itself out, because we've been up here once before. Now we've visited again. You need to see how, I want to see how it reacts to it. Is it going to continue on higher? Because this is a bigger channel now, so if this is going to continue much higher, I'd like to see it break and then turn into a wider channel, because this channel's too thin to go much higher, I think. So I'd like to see something like that. If we're going to break this level and go higher, I'd like to see something like a couple of legs to here and then work higher. But at the moment, I think it's dangerous to assume we're either going up or we're in a range and we're coming down. So, you know, there could be a second entry long here, but if you take it, it might trigger you, and then you've got a fail second entry long and it's going to come down. So, in my opinion, you can't trade this safely at the moment, because no one knows whether it's ranging and it's going to come down or whether it's going to continue on. Yeah, I would like to see someone trade live. You know, I know some people are saying it's not for everyone, but if you just, you know, if you do it via Zoom or something, so you've got it real time, you don't even need to have comments. All he needs to do is watch the market and go, okay, there's a so-and-so here, because you're thinking it to yourself anyway. Okay, so there's a possible second entry long. If that bar forms, I'm going to go long. And then what he'd probably do is get an order down here.
Order
and then
submitted.
If you're thinking the same thing, at least then you know. And it just helps your belief. And it helps you. I mean, you're not really copying. All you're doing is confirm you're thinking along the same lines. Looks like a bull flag up here. Trouble is, it's still in the middle of this channel at the moment. So what I'd like to see is something like that first, before we push up. You trade cryptos by any chance, do you? Talk about that a lot. Oh, yes, get up there. Bitcoin's about to hit. Nice. Bitcoin's broken that 44,000. So I think we are very close to another new high. Brilliant. Brilliant. I bought some more earlier as well. I noticed. I'll tell you something. I've listened to a couple of these, and I'll tell you one. The one thing about YouTube, I love it, but I also hate it, is there's thousands of bloody cryptocurrency gurus saying this is going to happen, that's happening. I got into a discussion one the other day. You went, oh, is that it for ADA? ADA is plummeting. I'm thinking it's come down 2%. How is it plummeting? It bloody annoys me sometimes because people panic and sell. Well, this guy, he looked like he'd been doing it for a long time, and he said his analysis, I'll show you, his analysis of the chart is saying Bitcoin's going to come down. And obviously, I'm a price action trader like a lot of you. So I got on what's it, and I thought, okay, I can read the markets. You know, I sort of, trade price actions. So I got on and looked on the daily. So here's the chart I looked at, and I'll drag it in. This is what I saw Bitcoin as the daily. I did this a couple of days ago. Okay, so we've been coming up here. We hit all-time lows here, which is around about $15,000, and we've been coming up in this range, and we ended up pushing up. So this is what I saw a couple of days ago. We've touched. So we've got two legs down and a nice big bullish bar. So he said it looks like it's going to come down. He said he's got a descending triangle, or whatever it was. He said it's coming down. When that bar closed there, for me, no, it's not. It's going up. We got two legs back and a nice big bullish bar off the key entry point. As Max says, price action works on the daily, the monthly, whatever. So for me, we're pushing up. So this is the highs. We had that big run the other day. It went right the way up. And I would say we're going to break this highs 100%. But what does that tell you? Two legs back, nice big. It's perfect. And he said he sees now Bitcoin having a quick drop. Does that look like a drop to you? That looks perfect opportunity to go long. That was day before yesterday. This is today, and we had that little bit of bar yesterday, and what happened? Nice strong push up. We're not far away from the highs here. And I said in the comments, no, I can see it breaking $45,000 in the next few days. 45,000 is here where my cursor is, but what does that tell you? From a price action point of view, it doesn't get any clearer than that. So I put a comment on whatever. So there you go. So sorry if I've just bored you about cryptos there, but it's crystal clear to me that was that we're going to push up, and hey presto, we've gone up 4%. Let's have a look. 4% this morning. Fantastic. So I hope it holds now. If it does break these highs again, I can see another good strong push. And if you look at the last bull run, it doubled in the space of a month. So hopefully, I bought a little more Solana earlier. I bought another 3 Solana earlier, and they've gone up. I bought Solana at $74 earlier. It's $80 now. That's gone up 9%. I bought some more ADA. That's gone up 3.5%. I think I got rid of my XRP because it was just stale at the moment. I put some in Gala. What's Gala doing? I hear a lot of good things about Gala, and it's got a relatively small market cap, so 800 million, that's gone up 3.5%. So based on that strong looking price action to me, I thought we were going up, so I put a bit extra in, and hey presto, up it's gone. Yeah, it frustrates me when these gurus say, oh look at that, when these gurus say, yeah, it's doing this or it's doing that. Because it does affect people's, people panic. But the other guy, the guy in Dubai, what's his name? I find he's quite accurate. Alan as well. Anybody know Alan? Invest with Alan. He's very accurate. He did something a couple of years ago, 10 to 100,000, and he got it from 10,000 to about 110,000, 111,000. So he's really accurate. So I am going to sign up in the new year to his buy and sell alerts. I want to start adding bits of stocks and stuff. Where's the what's it guy? It's the crypto guy I like as well. This guy's really accurate.
Hello, gurus. Welcome.
Yeah, this guy, yeah. He's really accurate, James Crypto. Yeah, he said we're about to have a strong push a couple of hours ago, and we have. It's very accurate, he is. He lives in Dubai. Well, he's always travelling, to be fair. But Alan, I like him. Invest with Alan, I think he's called. Okay, so we're consistently making all-time highs now. So I thought we may be interested to see whether this will fade. But it's still looking quite strong, so I'm hoping we're going to have a correction now and then maybe another leg. So what I want to see now is a couple of legs back. The volume's definitely a bit lower today, I think. But it's still quite clear. So push up sideways. So I think we can get rid of that unless it comes back in. All I'm going to do is just put that in there so I know where the overnight highs were. Trouble is, it's hard to trade here because you never know when it's going to go up or come down. There was no real setup, it was just congested. And until that pushed up, you didn't know whether that was going to create a sort of a bottom of a channel there. I'm still not convinced that's like that. I may just leave it like that for now. I think sometimes it's safer to assume it's at a break because I would like to see a correction now. But yeah, it didn't take long. Push back up, made a new high. So this is the highest the ES has ever been. And we're just continuing on up. Yeah, that's the ES there on the monthly. Going back to, well, just before 2010, that is. I'm assuming that was middle of 2000. What was that? Was that COVID? Probably, wasn't it? I don't know. But hold on a minute. Hold on a second. That's showing it's been higher. That's not what I saw on TradingView. Strange. TradingView isn't showing me this. Strange. Okay. Okay, so perhaps we're a bit off all the time. I'm sure I've read something in the news that S&P 500 to its all new highs. I don't know. Who knows? So if it is the 500s, it's got a fair old bit to go yet. I don't know. Okay, so I'm assuming I'm putting it there. Touch, 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 touch there. Touch on the body there. Quite nice there with a little break. So it might not be a break. It might fit in, but I think it's best to assume it has had a break. But I would like to see a correction here, leg and a leg, if we're going to continue up. I've put that there just in case it is a range and it's just had a breakout. I don't think it is. It's looking quite strong, so. I don't know how you read that, Michael. Mind you, sometimes these charts look more complicated than they really are, don't they? It certainly looks like a work of art, I'll give you that. I'm going to have to actually open these up on my big screen later today and have a good look through them. I'm amazed how clear they come up. Oh, it's 2006 chart as well. Oh, interesting. Okay, let's just open that back up again. The reason I'm doing it is it actually still fits there and there, and it still looks okay on the back side. I'm not sure about that. I thought you might like to see the large trades at the highs. It's certainly interesting, mate. I need to open it on a bigger screen though. My eyesight's not what it used to be. Could be a spike in a channel. There is that possibility, mate. Where'd you go from here? Yeah, if that's the case, then this looks like a strong market, because a lot of the times it goes up and then goes up a lot less steep, doesn't it? Let me just remove that just a second. Possible second entry long banks off the top. Leg, break, leg. Yeah, a little micro there with a bit of a break and a down. See what happens here. I mean, there is still a possibility that it is a range, and we've just sort of faded in the range. That looks quite strong. So I would say, personally, that I think it would continue to go up. I mean, at some point we're going to have a break. Yeah, it may turn into a slightly less aggressive channel, but we need to just give this a minute and have a look. Excuse me, just a second. I'm just going to take a quick bathroom break. Okay. Leg, and then a push up. There's no entry there, unfortunately. We've got to have a bigger correction, really. This can't just keep going up like this. How far has it gone up? Not as much as I thought. 19 points. ATR is quite low. We still need a bigger correction, really, if we're going to continue up. Leg, something like that. Leg, and then a bigger channel. I don't think there's a spike and channel because that's gone up too sharp there. Spike and channel will be from here. Don't think it's going to work. It's come down too far, that has. It would be like this. It wouldn't work, I don't think. Maybe. I'm not sure. I'd like a bigger correction than it is a bit of a break. I'd like to see something a bit more dramatic than that, really. Volume's definitely lower, no argument there, considering it's a strong trend. People will be jumping in here, really. You think it will go up a bit quicker, but it's definitely slower. So there is a higher low, but we're at the highs. Nothing you can do, really. Yeah, I'd like to see it. It's quite steep, that is, without having a correction. That was quite steep, and then we had a correction. That's quite steep there. I'd like something like that before we push up. It's just too risky when it's so tight like that getting in here. Gotta have a bigger correction now. Leg. New eye. It may be leg. Let me have a look. NQ looks 2 legs back. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? I got that above my head there. 2 legs back. I'd like to see a bigger correction, certainly on the ES leg. This is a break, isn't it? With attempting an so we may. It's definitely good to have that to refer to. Trouble is, it is a leg and a leg, but we've actually made a new high there. So I prefer a leg where they go like that, push up a bit, not the high, and then down. More of a correction. That's just a break and a new high. This would be the correction, I think. Anyway, that's how I understand it. Leg and a leg after that channel's played out. So we've had a break and a new high. I prefer a correction. I can't see it keep going up that width. It's too steep, really. We get steep here. That's pretty steep. It didn't go up nowhere near as much as that before we had a correction. Same again. That was a little bit wider, and then we had a correction, and then we had another push up and another correction. That's quite a distance, that is. It's bigger than any of these 3 moves. That one was quite large, but then we had a big pullback then, so we got to get something a little bit more dramatic. I think we're going to get one on the NQ as well, because to me, we're in a channel there, and that's kind of an overshoot, isn't it? So you would expect a decent, maybe something down, leg and leg down to this sort of area before we go higher. Let's see. Okay, there is 2 legs. And a slightly bullish bar on the NQ, but I think it needs to come down a bit further. I was surprised. I'm looking at that bullish, but well, it's like a doji, isn't it? But it's on the bullish end anyway. It's triggered. I think we need a bigger correction than that. So I can't see that working. We've had a break. We'll attempt a new high, so I don't know. See, on the NQ, we've had a break. Excuse me, just a second. Sorry about that. It was the boss, or the wife, otherwise known as. Okay, yeah, so that NQ has come down. I couldn't see that working, to be fair. It's too steep there. Looks like an overshoot. So it was 2 legs. It was a doji, but it was on the bearish end. It still came down and pushed up. So I didn't think that would work. We need something steeper, in all fairness, because it looks. We had it on the NQ. It went up sideways like this, and then it seemed to have like an overshoot, but into another channel. So I think we need a decent sized correction. So we've had a break here, new high. So I'd like to see a leg down, and then another leg, and then hopefully a higher low. I love it when we do that. Leg, bullish bar, higher low, and then you tend to get a decent move there. We don't often get them though, really. We had one a few days ago, but it was later in the day when I'd finished, which is frustrating. And the one before that, I'll tell you when it was. It was when we had those problems with Rhythmic, and they told us not to trade. There was a leg up, 2 legs of correction, and a beautiful bullish bar, and then a higher low, and it went up about another 14, 15, 16 points or something. So. What's crypto doing? I hope we break this year's highs. Oh, we got a bit of a pullback. If we do, it'll continue on up quite a bit, I think. Bit of a pullback. Nothing. We're still over 40,000, 44,000. I wish Ada had a decent pump. I've got quite a bit of money in there. It's only up 3% today. Got a few Solana. Solana's up 8.5% today. It doesn't seem to be slowing down, that thing. I had about 30 of them. Was it around $18? Because it went down to, was it? Well, I can't remember what the exchange was that went bump. And of course, it to drop a bit, it went down to about $8. I think I bought it at $18. I think I had 30 of them, and I sold it at about 25, 26. And then concentrated on other cryptos then, and in the meanwhile it sneaked up and just keeps going. That's had more of a pump than any of them, really. Any of the sort of larger cap ones. That's $80 now, and that went down to 8. But that was just literally overnight. That's just doesn't seem to be wanting to stop. Okay, so leg bullish bar. I never take this one. I always wait for the higher low. There is a possibility this is going to go sideways or a correction, same thing. So I would say once, twice. That actually might not be a terrible trade to go long. The only trouble is it is 2 legs down, isn't it? It is a second entry long. Actually, it might not be a bad trade, that. See how it forms.
Order submitted.
Once, twice. You could call that a triple test, but we'll see how it finishes. It's quite small at the moment, the bar, so I don't think that's going to finish right. If it finishes on its high, I'll take it. It's only 5 ticks, but I don't think it's going to. I'll just take it for a couple of points if it does finish on its high, but I don't know. As we've had a break and a new high, I would like to see more of a correction. We'll see. No, that's no good.
Order cancelled.
It wouldn't have been bad, actually, if that finished slightly above there. I'd have taken that for 2 points. We've had a break and a new high, so that would be a bull flag if we're going sideways, then a drop out the bottom and then right the way up. See what happens now. Trouble is the NQ is... You think there's going to be a reversal? I don't think there is. This is strong, this is. I would like to see a couple of legs. See, ordinarily, I usually wait for a higher low here. That way it gives you the chance to get trapped. But it depends on the partly on the risk. Yeah, see, I don't think we're going to reverse here. This is strong, this is, and we're going sideways. If we're going sideways, it's just correcting, really, before it gets more traders in. It's just gone too far, that has, really. There's not enough left. If I might get a limit order. Yes. I'd want 2 points out of it. I don't like what it's doing now. We'll see. NQ is above the EMA now quite strongly, so yeah, I can't see this reversing. I can see a bigger correction and then a push up, but that is very strong. ATRs come right down. Lots of small bars, push up sideways, push up sideways. It's creating it's done that in the last few days. Push up sideways, push up sideways, push up sideways, push up sideways. It just helps create a sort of foundations, doesn't it? Keeps it stronger. The quicker these things push up, the quicker they come down. But it's going up at a nice angle, this, and it's just sideways. So it's getting back in, it's taking off again, it's getting back there, taking off. So there is 2 nice legs back, but you can't take that. It's not fantastic, and it's gone too far already. When that triggers, you've barely got 5 ticks to get comfortably out. I would like to see a bigger correction leg and a leg, really. And if not, sideways, fail breakout, and then a push up. So. Because you'll have people looking for a short here, and if it goes out the bottom, they'll be thinking, oh, now we're coming down, let's get in a short, and then it fades, pushes back up. It's their stops. People jump in as it's going back up to continue on higher. Sentiment's good. It's Christmas. People are generally feeling, pretty right, pretty optimistic this time of year. We know we got rate cuts, so I think a lot of the bad news and the high inflation is hopefully now in the past, and I think it's reflected, isn't it? From the other day, where was the news? The news was there. Yeah, that's when we heard about the rate cuts, because we were going sideways. All of a sudden, rate cuts, woof, up it went, and it just kept on going. And you had to pull back, and then it kept on going again. And then we had a couple of days going sideways, and then up again, and hopefully up again. It's nice and solid here. We had that big push up, couple of legs back, couple of legs up, bit of sideways, and then the latter part of the day, a full day of pushing up, a break from the, I think the channel went to there and then up, made a new high comfortably. So I'd like to see a bigger correction. leg, and then up again. We'll see. I can't see this reversing. There's a lot of support there, a lot of support. And that support runs right through there. If you take that down a bit lower, say there. Resistance, support. Touch. I like that. Like maybe one leg back, a second leg back, maybe a drop, a fade, trap some shorts, a fade, push up, carry on up. Okay, how long have I been going for? Just over an hour and a half. Okay, my wife's just turned up from work, so I'm going to let this do its thing for 5 minutes. I'm going to make a quick cup of tea, and I'm going to come back and kill it. So let's just drop my 5-minute break in there. So I'll leave you to it for about 5 minutes. Okay. Cup of tea down. Right, leg. Let's have a look. Okay, we're making a bigger leg on the what's it, so leg. I think we need to do this before we work further up. Something along the lines of that. We seem to be doing that on the NQ. So we got a leg down. I'd like to see another leg down bounce because it did look like a bit of an overshoot, that. So leg down, get us to this level and then up again, I think. So fingers crossed. Leg. Which should get us round to this level, actually. There's quite a bit of support there, so that would kind of work kind of nice. Leg. So we got a leg up break, new high. One attempt to go lower. Lower, second attempt. So if we can do this and then push up and get a nice high low, then I would expect to get another leg. But this is strong to me. It's not reversing, it's not coming down strong. It may do, but there is a lot of support at the top and there's a lot of support at the bottom. So this might be a leg down and fade. Let's see. I'd like to see that trigger and then turn. Excuse me a sec. Okay. Okay, so NQ's doing the same thing. Leg down. We're coming down to this area here. So leg. Hopefully we get some more movement up there, but it's holding strong. It's not dropping. I would like to see that trigger. Because you call that a lower high. There's the failure, never triggered. New high, there's the lower high. It'd be nice to see that trigger push down at that measured move. There's a lot of support along there. Bounce, and then up again. Fingers crossed. Or what sometimes happened, and I've been caught in this before, is one leg and another leg, and then continuation up. So just got to be careful running this leg. Something like that, we'll see. Or there's the possibility of just a bigger range before we go up. Who knows? Okay, two perfect measured legs. Now, see, I extended the on the NQ. I extended the watch it out about 5 minutes ago. Look what's happened. Look where it's sitting, right on top of there. So that's interesting. So nice measured leg hit there. Leg down. One tick off it. So this may be risky taking this, but I think it might be worth
submitted.
a punt. Let's see how it finishes. Because there's going to be a bunch of stops there. See how it finishes. my slight concern is
Order
I'd rather put a
submitted.
buy order in because if it breaks above there, it may go quite quick. So let's just see what happens here. Leg down, perfect 2 legs. We've had a break new high, 2 perfect legs, nice big bullish bar. There's probably going to be some stops there. So we'll see how we get on. Okay, I think I'm going to have to sit tight on
Order
this one.
cancelled. Order cancelled.
Because there is a possibility after the break in a new high, we could get... see what happens on the NQ. It's triggered on the NQ. If it pushes up, it may be a case of getting in on the limit order.
Order filled.
Okay, I'm going to take a risk here. I'm getting in early because I want less risk because I like it. I think it's worth a risk. 2 legs back, nice solid bar, off support. I think it's worth the risk. I don't know why my thing size it isn't working. 2, 3. It's 2.5 point risk. I'd rather do that than risk a bit more. So it's risking another 0.5 point. It's worth the risk. 2 legs back. This is the type of trade the gorilla guy would take. Break new high, 1, 2 perfect measured legs back and a nice strong bar. He getting down here for a less risk. So I think it's worth it. So it's a calculated risk I kind of don't mind taking. I don't know why this isn't... my thing isn't working. Borderline decorator. Strange. It's not working for some reason. Two perfect measured legs back. I like that. I think it's worth it. There's going to be some stops along there. This market looks quite strong for me. 2 legs back. So I'm just going to... Why isn't my thing working? Hold on a minute, isn't it? I'll go take a chart enhancer. Oh, there it is. Remove. Let's add it. Apply. Okay. There we go. It's working now. Got it working. I didn't know why it wasn't doing it earlier. I like that. Leg up, small break, new high. 2 perfect measured legs. Nice big strong bullish bar. I'd say there's a good chance they're going to get that higher. Where does this get us? think it was worth getting in early. Does cut the risk by 0.5 point, so we'll see. There's going to be some stops there, maybe there, who knows. Should I not be greedy? Just get out the top. Got 1.5, did you? Otherwise, you just take it up. It's not a massive risk. I can live with that. I just like it. Nice leg. 2 legs of correction. I don't mind a bit of a pullback. Because I got up to $2,400 yesterday, there's only another $100 left on the drawdown, so I don't have to worry about it going up and taking a bit of the drawdown. So I kind of don't mind. It's just so damn slow in it, that's the problem. After a break, there'll be some stops there. That's one kind of thing I like. So I don't know whether to just get out for 200 or just let it ride. We've got a leg up there. I'd expect it to get to these tops. My only slight concern is we have a correction and then another correction which takes us down a bit further. We'll see. See how the NQ finishes. That's what I'm hoping. Leg, support, higher, low, and off we go. We'll see. I don't mind the risks. Nope. Get a nice bar there and maybe something else there. I think we'll hopefully get that push we're after. My slight concern is we got one leg, 2 legs down to here. Depends what happens here, really. That's triggered. If we do come, we'll see. We'll see. Oh dear me. I gave it an extra tick, see if that saves me neck. I didn't like that. That's why sometimes it's worth giving you an extra tick. I don't know whether it'll save me or not. We'll see. Mm-hmm. Okay, leg down, right to the nearest tick. See what happens. If it's not going to go up from here, I can't see it going up. I'd say there's 100% going to be some shorts there, leg, lower. If we get above there, then I think we've got half a chance of going up. We'll see. Just doesn't look like a range. There's too much sideways above the top of this. So I'm in. I've set my risk, so I'm going to hold because I think I can see what's going on, but I'm just going to leave it. I accept the risk. Okay, try and go once or twice. Failure triggered. And let's see what. If it comes down, takes me out. Forget it. I'm hoping it goes up and takes that out. We'll see. There's certainly going to be some shorts in there anyway, trapped in there, so. Yeah, if we can stop out the failure, then I think we've got half a chance of moving up then. So we're a tick off stopping that failure. Leg, another attempt to go higher. Lower high, failure, triggered, pushed up, hopefully. If we can get above here and above here, then I think it looks like we're going to continue on up, we'll see. Yeah, my only slight concern is we'd have a bigger leg and a bigger leg broken down into two and then broken down into two. We'll see. Does anybody know what's happening Friday? Is the market still open, trading as normal? I've not heard nothing. I'm just wondering whether there's a half a day schedule for Friday. I've not heard nothing. We'll see. It's either going to work or it's not. My slight concern is we've got a leg and a leg and a leg and a leg, and then maybe a correction. I don't know. Who knows? Excuse me, just a sec. Okay. Nothing worse when it goes sideways and slow. Balls the arse off you. Amanda, how you doing, buddy? Holds. Yeah, I know. It'll either work or it won't. My feeling after the break, we had 2 perfect measured legs down, a nice big bullish bar. It didn't even get to the tops. So my only other concern there, I thought after this nice strong trend, we were going to make up legs back. So I thought that might be 2 legs, but there may be 2 bigger legs there, broke into 2. In which case, leg and a leg. But I'm a tick under the lowest anyway. There's some support there. There is some there. So may survive, it might not. You got stopped out, did you? Well, I gave it an extra tick there. I usually do, because in a lot of times in these uptrend, that extra tick can help you. And if you look at some of Mac's older videos, he quite often gave it 2 ticks. So it saved me quite a few times, but you know, there you go. It is what it is. It's only an extra tick. So it's an extra $25. So in the grand scheme of things, it's neither in or there really. So it's hard to know what it's going to do. It may, it just doesn't strike me as a range day. We've got a big strong move up, couple of legs back. It's going to find some support here and then start to move. That's what I'm hoping. Whether it'll do that before it hits me or whether it'll do that at all, who knows? You can do what you can do. But after the 2 legs back and the bullish bar, I got on a bit early there because I could sort of see what was going on. But there we go. It triggered up anyway. But even if I took it a tick above there, it wouldn't have given me a point anyway. It'd have had to push through, so there wouldn't have been anything there really. So it's going sideways, so I'm hoping at some point it's going to find some support. That's my hopes. Whether it'll work or not, who knows? But it is looking like it's looking for some support. So, but it's 275 risk, so it's not a massive risk. So I'm kind of just not worrying so much about the money anymore. I'm just trying to get on with it. What I'm trying to look upon it is this isn't really my money yet. It's only really cost me $140 for the account and $16 or $17 for the evaluation. So I'm only really in it for $160. So until it gets up there, it's not my money. So. I'd rather either lose or win quickly. There's nothing worse than it staying sideways. It just pours the hell out of you. Does look like it's priming up for a quick drop down. But I'm in the lap of the gods. You know, I do expect from what I'm seeing it is going to continue on up. But whether it does it now or... So we've had a leg and a leg. And then a leg, we may get another leg. But on the big things, if you from there to there... And that pullback, we've bounced there. So I think it's probably about the best we've got, that area there. It's clearly a leg down to there and a pullback and a leg down to there. If we can get above there, there was a failure there. If we can get above there and then there, then I think we've got a chance. Got that 4 tick so slow. It is slow, isn't it? We may be okay. I mean, usually if we do something like this, it'll go sideways till it finds some support, and then hopefully it'll continue on, and that's what it's looking like. But there'll have been some stops there anyway. There'll be some stops there. So hopefully it's gone sideways and it's finding a bit of support there. So hopefully it'll continue to push up. But that's in a pretty... It's not a massive risk. It's $275, so it's not a lot really. So I think it's worth. I don't want to sit through that without at least giving it a chance to sort of push up and get some points. If we can get up, pull back and touch here, then I'll move me stop up. But you know, it may still come down. But you got to do what you got to do, ain't you? If we can get above there, then I think we've got a chance. But I think that's in an all right place. There's a lot of support there, so it may be okay. And we have made 2 perfect measured legs, so we'll see. But I think we need to get and take some of these stops out, really. That would take some pressure off because there's a big bearish bar there which is triggered. So if we can get above there, that would ease some of the pressure. That would take out some of the shorts there, because there's probably going to be some leg, another push up, lower high for a big reversal. There's bound to be some traders in here looking for reversals. It might be why it's finding it so bloody difficult to get up. But if we can get some of these stops out the way, then I think that'll make things a bit easier. But I like the way we've had 2 legs down. It's gone a bit sideways, and now it looks like it's starting to creep. But I'm kind of trying to not stress about the money, really. I'm trying to just let it go, do what you got to do, and move on. But someone said to me a week or so ago, when you're trading, just think about what it costs you. So what did this cost me? 140 plus the evaluation, so $155. Why isn't your position showing in account data? It is, mate. It's showing there. Yeah? What am I missing here? That's still going up and down. It's still there. Account data. In and out. Yeah, I'm trying to just forget about the money. If it works, it works, and just focus on the process. All this account has cost me really is about $157. That's all it's cost me. Let's see what happens now. Second entry short there. So if it triggers. Let's see what happens. If this comes down and takes me out, or if it pushes up above there, I can see us pushing up some more, but it depends. Trouble is, at the moment, see, the market's strong, so I wouldn't be looking to go short, but there obviously is some traders short there. So if we can push up, I like the fact that it's triggered it and turned. If that can push up above there and then there, I like the fact that it's holding. I think, you know, we've got a chance, but there is some short stops to get through, and it's not always that easy if there's not enough buyers to push it up. But we've had 2 legs back, and we have gone sideways, and now we're slowly working. So that was really strong. Sentiment's good, everything's good at the moment. So leg back. I thought the chance of this going up got to go. Yeah, you take it easy, Robin. Best of luck, mate. Best of luck. Yeah, it's going sideways and slowly working. So I would expect it to at least get up for another half decent push. But it's just so blooming slow. If it get above there, I'll have a little bit more optimism then. But yeah, as soon as that triggered, it turns, so that's a good sign, but you just never know. There's going to be sellers trying to pick a top there. I don't doubt it. Okay, so we've taken them out, hopefully. Now the next target is there. If we can get above there, then I expect it then to slowly start grinding. There's a failed second entry short there. If that finishes on its high, ideally above that, I'll be pleased. And if it does, I'll move my stop to below there then for the failure. Go on, get another tick up. One more tick. But we have 2 perfect measured legs, haven't we? Go on, another tick. Come on. Okay, failed second entry short. let's see this trigger. If that triggers, that's good news because it takes out those lower high stops and hopefully it encourages, because that's probably going to encourage buyers to get in there. So if we can tick above there, I think we're okay. Pending limit orders. You've still got, hold on, you've got orders left open somewhere then, by the sounds things you have, bud. I've got one open and you can see it there, account number 43. And I can see my balance going up and down. So if you've got open positions in the position tab and you haven't got a trade, go and you make sure they're closed down. Just right click and cancel them. It's having real trouble getting through these stops because there's going to be stops there. It's really struggling. I just hope enough buyers get in, because if you're going to, well, our style, if you're going to buy, it's going to be one tick above there. And as it hits that, it'll take out any of those, hopefully, the people thinking we're going to go lower. So, well, it could go either way, yeah. I like the fact that it's respecting that line a bit. It's holding, but you just don't know. That's why normally if you took that fairly, you put your order one tick above there, but it's got to tick through it first. Come on, buyers, get in there. Okay, I like the way it's touched there. Yeah, it's always possible. See, that's the key, getting above there. That'll trigger some of the traders to go in long and eat some of the stops. But yeah, it could come down and take some of them out, and it may hit me. God, this is really slow. What you sent me now, Kev? Yeah, I did think of that. Yeah, I noticed. I did think of that. See, the way I see it, it's still holding here. We've had perfect measured leg around. It still seems to hold. So it looks a bull flag. We pushed up and we pulled down a bit. It's there is, yeah. But it's very choppy within there. See, I like the fact it's been really strong. We've had 2 measured legs down. So I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. But it's just, I don't know if it's more sideways than down. I suppose we'll soon find out, don't we? Lower lows and lower highs, yeah. I do like the way it's holding here, though. It just seems very strong channel to just give up. It didn't reverse. It hasn't come down quick. So for me, I'd say it's looking for another way up, encouraging some more buy-in to get in there before it pushes up. That's what I'm seeing. I know sentiment's good at the moment, but I don't know. We'll see. It is still holding. If we can get another push above here, I think then it'll encourage some longs. Yeah, to be fair, mate, I've given up worrying about it now. It's just not worth it, is it? But if we can get above here, then I think that, okay, that's a good sign, I'd say. It was clearly working, isn't it? So we'll see anyway. But I'm just trying to go on what I'm seeing leg after that big, strong push-up. So I think this will now get some more traders in. Yeah, so far. But it just, I know things, we've made highs, we've made higher highs here. Leg down, sideways, hitting support, working up, nice big bullish bar, taking out some stops. We'll see. I'm just letting it go anyway. If it gets above here, I think it'll have a decent push. See, I could put my stop here now. At least I'm risking a bit less there now. I suppose. If we can get another push up and a pull, in fact, I might just put it back there for now. Just leave it there. We'll see. Could do it getting up a little bit more first, I think. We'll see. Okay, excuse me a second. I'm just going to nip to the toilet quickly. Quick bathroom break. I'll leave you a second. Okay. The thing is, that bullish bar hasn't triggered either. We'll see. Go on, get up. Want to trigger that bar early because there's going to be some longs there, I don't doubt. So if we can get above there, then there's going to be some stops there. We'll see. We'll see. Picture's still looking okay. We got two perfect measured legs back. It's continuing to go sideways. It's slowly creeping up that line. Bullish bar there, nice bullish bar there. So all the signals I'm getting are good. I'm just getting out of this.
Stop filled.
Okay, I'll get out of this. It's from my brain. If it does continue up, I might catch it further up, but it's when it struggles sometimes it'll just drop. So I'm out of it for a tick. It's just my neck's getting stiff looking at it. I just have this feeling when it's really struggling to get up that it's just going to dive. That one hasn't triggered. If that triggers, I think it might be a different story. I mean, you could probably put an order on there. That might not be a bad option. I just have a feeling it's going to come down quickly. Just looking at the NQ, it's not really giving anything away. If anything, it's going sideways, which might mean it's going to come down here. So I'd just rather get out of it. That does look like it's getting a bit congested to me, so let's have a look. Yeah, so I don't really want to be in there. I'd rather just get out of it. Okay, so I got out for a tick anyway. Covered my expenses. I mean, there's always the option to get in there if it, you know, or catch it as it. If it does start to work up, then, you know, so be it. But yeah, I don't like what's going on here. I still have this feeling it's going to drop. You know, after that's triggered, it's just not going up as strongly as I would have expected. You know, starting to get support, working up there, nice big bullish bar triggered. It's just not really going anywhere. Yeah, if it keeps trying to get up and doesn't get anywhere, I can see it just tumbling down. I can. See, it's triggered that. It's stopped that, possibly, depending on where stop's going to be, but it's just not going like I thought it would. I thought once it started taking out these stops, it'd got like a flipping freight train. I just have this feeling it's going to come down and take out stops. It shouldn't do by rights because it's gone sideways and it's finding a nice bit of support, but I just feel it's going to. The NQ looks like it's going to come down. We just drag that in at the moment. You know what I'm seeing? We've had a break. We come down. We tried once, twice, 3 times to go higher. This keeps just dropping and dropping and dropping. If it gets above here, then great. But I don't know. We've pushed down. We tried once, twice, 3 times to get higher. Triple test. I don't know. I'm not so sure. If this comes down, this is going to follow it. There's a lot of longs in here. Definitely be some there. Possibly here. Let's tidy this up a minute. It's nothing worse than when it's slow. It just bores the hell out of you. Hate slow markets. The volume's definitely lower today. I just fear it's going to get even worse this week. Yeah, so let's just put that back a sec. Okay, so yeah, it is giving you pressure, but then we pushed up. Now, there is a possibility this could be a break and we come down and make a new low for this. We'll see. It could just be a range. It's definitely a range on the NQ, and we've hit the top of a range, and then we've had a higher low. Sorry, a lower high, which is triggered, and it's stopped out the fail second entry short. So it's nothing worse being stuck in a slow market. God, this is boring the hell out of me, this is. I mean, it's definitely tried, isn't it? There's no argument there. That nice bullish bar's triggered. We've sort of had two. We've had this big channel up. We've had two measured legs back here. It's finding support there, and it's holding along that line. But it's just not pushing up strongly enough for me. And you just don't know at some point whether buyers are going to give in. I mean, it is painfully slow, isn't it? I mean, I got out for a tick. I'm just that glad to get out, to be honest with you. Yes, I may have got a few more ticks, but I just don't want all that agony, because sometimes when it does this and it really struggles, it flushes down. And on the NQ is looking congested. It's going sideways. Let's forget that for now. We've had this channel up. We've had a break. One attempt at a new high, a couple of legs down, and it's just going up and down. And my issue is we've found support 3 times there and pushed down. There's a lower high there which is triggered. So my feeling is this could come down in. If it just comes down here, it's going to eat out all those stops there. The trouble is, 1 minute it looks like it's going down, next minute it pushes up and it's almost right on its high. So you just don't know. But I would say, just based on looking at that, we've had 1, 2, 3, 4 attempts to go higher and only 2 attempts to go lower. So it's finding support there, and there's a bearish bar with the lower high. Now, if you'd have taken the failure, it triggered you, stopped you out. So this could go up or it could come down. I don't know. But based on what I'm seeing, I think it's more likely to come down. So I certainly don't want to be on a trade based on it's more likely to come down. You know, I want to go up. I want to be in a trade that I'm pretty sure it's going up. And it is trying to push up there, but my fear is, and if the NQ does just drop quickly, this will follow it. It always seems to. It's just not strong enough. The buy-in isn't strong enough for me. If it gets above here, then sellers might give in. But my fear is, and I've been in trades here before thinking, go on, a bit more, and all of a sudden, down it drops. So sometimes you best just get out of it. Okay, there's a failed second entry long possibly forming on the. It's looking bearish at the moment. The NQ is. Excuse me. God, it's been a painfully slow day. See, this is looking better, but the NQ's still looking dicey. So where did I get out? I get out here. How much more did it go? A couple of points. God, this is horrible. This is so boring. I hope to God it picks up for the next couple of days. I fear it's not going to. It doesn't look too bad. But usually when you have a trend, it does entice more people in, doesn't it? I mean, we've got 2 legs down. We seem to be going up. You think buyers would be jumping all over this and sellers would be going, no, this looks like it's going up. See, that NQ's still looking bearish at the moment to me. We've pushed down 1, 2, 3 attempts to go higher, lower high. This looks like a failure. It's just nothing worse. Slow up, down, up, down, up, down. If that does just drop down, come down to here, forget that. If you can get above this, there's going to be shorts in there still, and their stops are going to be, I don't know, I mean, we tend to put them a tick above there, but they'll probably put them a few, I think. Break new high. There's probably going to be stops in there. If we get above here, then I expect it to move a little bit quicker. That's if it does. But if there is a lot of stops in there, that's going to be quite a strong line there. See something. I've been chatting with Bart, who trades, and he was trading on, was it the ES? He was trading some Top Step accounts a couple of weeks ago, and he traded into the news. I'm not sure why, but he had his order up. He had his take profit up here, and it shot up right the way through his take profit. Came back. It went 3 points above his take profit, came down and hit his stop. It annoys me that whenever price hits your stop, it takes you out in a split second, but it can push up and through and come back. You take profit. That doesn't sound like a fair scenario to me. It sounds like a way of brokers or whatever getting a few you know what I mean? It sounds like a perk to me. It amazed me how it can push through your profit and come back and not trigger, but the second it hits your stop, I mean, even getting into a trade, to take my profit, it's got to not just touch it, but push through it, but the second it touches my stop, boom, I'm out of the game. Why is that? Why does it work that way? Why when it hits your stop, you're out of the trade? But why when it hits take profit, it's got to actually push through it. Sounds a bit flipping dicey to me, that does. Yeah, it doesn't sound like a fair game, that. Oh, this is boring the arse off me, this is. I'm going to have to stop in a minute. Okay, so just from this little bit here, say 30, it's taken over an so lucky, yeah, it's taken over an hour. 4:30, it's taken over an hour just to do that, because they screw you and drive through. It sounds to me like it does sound to me like when it hits your stop, boom, you're out, you lose your money, but it can push up through your profit and come back and you don't get it. It sounds like there's some money missing somewhere that goes in somebody's blooming pocket, doesn't it? Because it doesn't seem fair that it can quickly flick through your profit and it doesn't give you you don't win the trade, but it can, the split second it's your profit, boom, you're out of it. There's no arguing. I've never seen someone that pushes through. Excuse me a sec. Sorry, I've never seen something that pushes through your stop and doesn't take you out. That's how they make the money. It's wrong though, isn't it? It's wrong. Why shouldn't I get my profit if it's hit it? You soon take me flipping losses when it hits me stop. Bloody wrong, that is. There's profit's being made somewhere, isn't there? Okay, so let me have a look at this. Let's have a look at the NQ. To pay, why would it fall someone above 3? Well, I don't understand how it works. Okay, this looks like it's coming down to me. Yeah, I thought it might do at some point, which means so is this. See what I mean? This starts moving, followed by that. Now this is clearly ranged in, so I'd say there's a fair chance it's going to get down to the bottom. Well, let's see how far this comes down. So, isn't it weird? Twice it tried to break that and couldn't. Once, twice, 3, 4, 5 times. Okay, so we've come back. We're holding on here again, so... So is this, how far is this going to come down? I fully expect that to hit the bottom. I thought it might do at some point. It was itching to, and obviously once it starts to go, down it comes. Okay, so we're at the bottom there. See what happens here. If it bounces and pushes up, this may go up and close here, but yeah. See what I mean about that? That's why I sort of got out of it when it. Yeah, it's looking. I mean, at a quick glance, it's looking bullish, but it takes so bloody long. It just doesn't strike me as the longer it takes to get up there, the tougher it finds it, the more chance it's got of just dropping. So my initial stop was down here, which still would have been okay, but you don't want to see that, do you? So I'm kind of glad I got out when I did. I got out without any losses. So push up, one attempt to go lower, second attempt to go lower. Now we're going to finally bounce. Who in the hell knows? So is this leg down, leg down? And now we're going to fade this, are we now? So, leg up. One attempt to go lower. Second attempt to go lower. Failure. Up we go. We'll see. Just pop that out of the way a minute. I don't think this can, I just don't think that's going to work, is it? Just for now, I'm going to get rid of that. Push up, leg back, second leg up. When we had those two legs back, it did cross my mind, are we going to make some bigger legs? So are we still going to come down there before it eventually pushes up? I mean, there's always that possibility. Something like that's going to happen. We go push up, sideways, 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 push up. At the time, I thought that sideways, sideways, sideways was coming to a standstill there, but perhaps it's not. Perhaps it's coming a bit wider. We shall see. So we're going to leg up, break. One attempt to go lower, second attempt to go lower. Oh, ay, 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 ay. Five more minutes and I'm knocking on the head. I'm going to go to sleep in a minute, I think. If I bring the NQ, and it's a bit hit and miss, but push up, sideways, leg down, bounce. Well, I don't know whether it's going to know. Some ES is acting like a Forex market, 2 minute manipulations. Yeah, you're not wrong. It's a possibility. Something bigger there. Leg down, sideways, leg down, find support, work up. Who knows? It's just taking its bloody time. There's nothing worse than being stuck in a slow-moving market, especially from a scalper's point of view. We like markets to move quick, get in and out. This is the type of market you want to put a trade in and go away for 3 hours and forget about it. But there is a possibility, leg back, and then up. It's a possibility, but we've made one attempt to go lower. Maybe a second attempt, so maybe a leg and a leg. I don't know. What do I know? I mean, this is just what I'm seeing. Whether it does that or not, who knows? Thanks for the stream, mate. Time to go. So good luck. Yeah, you too. Take it easy, bud. The trouble is, even if you get in the trade, you don't want to be sat in it for 20 minutes. I have a feeling this is about as good as it's going to get this week. I will be frustrated if I come back later and the market's moved 20 points in that direction. Let's see. Let's give it one more chance. Leg back. See if it's out. See if it holds here. If it doesn't hold here, then yeah, that's it with it. I want to see the NQ react the same way. So I sat through all that for one tick. Things you do for $1, eh? So my stop, that was the bar I originally took, so I gave it an extra tick. So my stop was just sat behind there, one tick behind there. So I don't know, who knows, sometimes it may hold, but it's just not worth it, is it? Not unless you're planning to, you know, markets that move this slow really at the moment, it's the type of ones you want to put in and leave it for run for an hour. I'm knocking on the head. It's boring the arse off me. This is I can't sit for any more of this. I'm going to be biting my nails off. Okay, so just a real horrible day. Right? It started off okay. We thought, okay, it might be a nice day today. You know, a couple of legs back and off we go. And it's taking over an hour just to do that. That's not for me. That I don't want to sit in a market that takes, well, in fact, over that. What time is it now? It's an hour and 3/4 just to do that. I want to be in the market that does that in 10 minutes at maximum. No, this is not for me. I hate it when it's going slow. I mean, it might work, you know, leg back. Perhaps, you know, where sometimes you leave your stop, come back. Well, in this case, a month later, and you're up here. And keep bounce. Yeah, I have noticed that. I didn't know VWAP was there. See, what I'm seeing is that one leg back side was another leg back and a bounce. Maybe it is going to push up. But I need it to get, I might sit another 15 minutes. I need it to get above this really, because there's going to be some stops there, drop down, few attempts to go higher and hasn't. So it's done what I thought it might do anyway. Well, it ain't over yet. So leg back. What can you do? What can you do? It's got to come back here really, break out and have a couple of legs back and retest this line really before we think about going up again. I'll just give it another 5 minutes, see what happens with the NQ. If it manages to break above that range, we'll see. So what we need here really is a couple of legs back then, and retest this line and then slowly start to work, in which case we may get an half decent push, but we need to get above this area here. Nice channel there, break, couple of legs down, up, down, making your life miserable. Quick drop out the bottom, fade, bounce off the same sort of line that's running along here really. So whether that's means anything or not, it probably does, but we need to get above this area. If we can get above this area, then we've got half a chance then. So that's moving. So trouble is, you don't know whether sometimes just to say any trade. My stop would have still been okay. It was there basically. What do you think? 56, dear. So if I'd have left me stop there, my order was about here, so I'd have been in for 4 points. But the trouble is, you just don't know. It was really struggling, and then it had a quick drop, so you just don't know what it's going to do. So we want a couple of legs back, really. I like what we've happened there. We've had a leg up, 1, 2 legs back, a couple of pushes back, and it's bounced off here quite strong. Trouble is, it's still under that range area in the NQ, so it may just fail out the top, who knows. But I want to see a couple of legs back, and then something looking quite nice and bullish before I think about getting in. Oh, dear me. I'm just going to drag that NQ in a little. Have a closer look at it. It needs to get above here, really. It's okay in that big strong pull up, but it does look like a leg down, sideways and a leg down. The big picture, just a couple of legs, isn't it? I can quite like at the moment. But until we get above here. So you think 50-60, yeah? I'll be happy if we just get another leg. Leg up. A couple of attempts to go lower and then up. Yeah, it does. Needs to get through on the NQ as well, doesn't it, really? If we get through on the NQ and get rid of this, break this line here, then I think we've got a good chance. So we've got to push it. We've got to break out the bottom. So, I mean, even just in a range, we get a break out there. Often we get like a mirror image. But the good thing about getting long above there is it takes out, because after that initial push up, there's going to be people looking to sort of pick tops here, aren't they, with the hope of coming down. But that's really quite strong, isn't it? So a couple of legs down, a little bit of sideways, a breakout, a push up, and then continuation. That's what I'd say is more likely going to happen, because it's not coming down as strongly as I would have expected to. As soon as we came down, it immediately reversed and we had 3 good strong bars in a row. So we need to get above here, really. And if we can do it on the NQ, then I think this will follow. I just hope we get a set up, but I can see some more up stuff. But you just never really know. what I do know is I can't take much of this just sitting here when it's so slow. It's just the lack. There's definitely a lack of volume. I mean, I suppose it's to be expected. You know, there are going to be traders finishing for the Christmas break. It's quite a small amount. It didn't look too bad initially, but the last hour it's done that. Sometimes in the first 5 minutes of opening it does that. So NQ, we've pushed up, we've come back, we've nicked that, well, close to that midline. So if you can get above here, I think we're golden. But I need this to come back here really, maybe to get up there and come back a bit before, you know, I think about getting in on it. I can't just jump in here because I can't see it just pushing up. It's got to come back a little bit. It's a shame you can't get an app which alerts you when things speed up. It's some sort of app that says, okay, when you're getting 3 bars every 15 minutes, then alert me and I'll come back and have a look. But we need to get above here really. We've actually broken new highs here, so that's okay. I can't really see any stops there. I think if there is any, they're probably all gone by now. But obviously it's a different story on the NQ. There's obviously pushed down a few attempts to go higher, so there's probably likely going to be some there. And if we can break above there, then I think we've got a good chance then of making another leg or come on, up you get. Let's have another look at this. There is sort of like a couple of larger legs there, isn't there? So it's not looking too bad. As it could come up here and then come down to this line. And if it does, this is going to come down to here. So, yeah, let's hope so, mate. Eh? Come on, push you bastard. Get up there. Go on, go on, go on, go on, go on, go on. Come on. Come on, you bloody short bastards. We're coming for you. Now you know what it feels like. Go on, get up there. Come on. Your day has come. Yeah, this is for you guys. This is for you shorts. Here we come. Get some of that. We're coming for you. Come on, I like it when it starts to flicker. That usually means it moves pretty quick. Come on, flicker, and up we go. Let's hope it works, mate, eh? Let's hope they see that and give up. You'll hang of the market. God, no swearing. Sorry, I apologise. So we haven't closed above there, have we? So it's looking positive. Oh. It's flickering. If it doesn't break up here, I'm going to finish for the day and just go downstairs and sulk. I've got a nice bottle of Barrack, 10-year-old single malt Scotch half drunk. I'm going to have some of them. Come on, get up there, go on. I think so. Push up, pull back, bullish bar. We're not far off. Trouble is, it doesn't help me here. Need a little bit of a pullback, so that now has broke above there, so that's good. That's positive. As long as it holds, okay. Bit of a kick now, so there's definitely some stops there. So hopefully now we may get a bit of momentum, but there's certainly. I'd like to come back and retest the top or retest this couple of legs back. Let's hope we do go. So it does make you wonder, really. Sometimes are you better off just putting your order in and leaving it? Now, my order went in around about here, which would have given me 5 points currently. Well, that's where it would have got to, which is, would have been nice. But on the other hand, if it would have just dropped down like a stone, I'd have been down for 275, which is not a huge amount. But when it pushes up a bit, what I've found from experience, when it usually struggles like that, at some point it comes crashing down. And I don't like that feeling of being stuck in a trade and you're out of control. Really, you don't want to take your losses, or your orders in, your stops where it should be. But I would say probably. I would have made more money from letting orders run, but I didn't have, it wasn't a set profit there. It looked to me like a leg up, 2 legs of correction. I expected another leg up, so my order was, or my profit was up here somewhere, and if the market got up there, then I'd have put me stop below there, which would have put me in profit. And then if we make a pullback, I tend to, if I think there's a good scope for push up, I'll hold on and try and run with it, because we had a really nice strong leg there, and that to me, we didn't come down. Now, if that was going to reverse, that would have started coming down, but it didn't. It bounced and bounced and bounced and tried and bounced and tried, and eventually it worked. So I would say there's a good chance of getting another leg. I just hope it comes back a couple legs back and gives us an entry, because there's no way you can get in there. Guaranteed, the second I get in there, it'll drop. If I don't do nothing, it continue on up, but it's got to come back. A pullback before I can get in. We're a mile away from the EMA and the top of this, so a couple of legs. And if I am looking at this channel, then there's quite a bit it could come back before it meets it. So let's see. I was hoping it wouldn't wait this long, because I want me flipping dinner. Time is it UK time? Nearly 6 o'clock. So we need to come back and retest this, in all fairness. It did work eventually, but not before coming back to this side and indeed breaking it. But we see it all the time. Sometimes when we're ranging, we'll get a break out the bottom and a mirror image at the top. So there is a possibility that it could come back down. I'm kind of hoping it won't, because it's been that bloody hard to get through it. So I would say You got 2 points. Good on you, mate. So I would say there's a good chance of us getting at least another decent push-up, maybe this other leg. We'll see. At least I'm up $25 for the day minus fees. That's paid for me lunch. See, being the chef in the house, I'm cooking a pathia, chicken pathia, Indian tonight. So I'm going to start getting little faces popping around my door in a minute going, "Are you done yet? I'm hungry." So, push up, sideways, 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 found somewhere where it liked, and up again. So that's a good sign. But we need to get back here to the EMA, really. So hopefully, leg up, we'll have a couple of legs back. Maybe retest this. Nice place to get back in, as long as the ES looks, as long as the NQ looks nice. Well, when I first left school, I went to college. I was a chef for about 12 years. So, you know, when you meet someone, you just sort of assume certain roles. She did sort of most of the cleaning and all the washing, and I tend to do the cooking and the food. Well, the good thing about cooking is you get to eat what you want. So I'm a bit of a curry fiend, actually. I like my Indian spicy food, so I do it all beforehand. I make like this Indian sort of gravy, they call it, which is like a basin. I did a chicken tikka masala the other day. It tastes exactly like it came out of an Indian restaurant. There's a guy on YouTube, I forget his name now. He wrote a couple of books. He worked in Indian takeaways for years over here. White English guy, unusual. You don't expect white English guys working in Indian restaurants, but he's got a YouTube channel. I started watching him, and I was absolutely amazed. It looks and tastes exactly like it came out of an Indian takeaway. Exactly. So I tend to do that a lot. So we got pathia tonight, anyway, which is like a chili chicken, an Indian chili chicken. So, right, what's occurring now? We've come back to where I wanted to. Ideally, another leg. And we need to hold above that sideways stuff, because like I mentioned earlier, we see it all the time. We get a break out the bottom and then like a mirror image, and it's pulled back in strongly. I've got no issues with it coming back to the EMA. I just want it to push and close. If it pushes back above this and closes, I'm happy about that. And I'm hoping in the meantime we get a couple of legs, a quick pull up and another leg back here. And if that looks nice and solid and this closes above there, then I expect to have another leg, one leg up. And I expect something like that then, which would take us up above the highs of the day. In fact, I'm not sure whether the NQ's ever been up here before, has it? I'm not sure. We're into new territory on the ES, so I'm hoping that closes. Yeah, trouble is, push up, break that leg. I want another leg down, or at least a higher low, a decent looking higher low, but I want this to close above here. If it doesn't close above here, pop down the bottom like a mirror image, in which case it may come back. If it comes back down here, I'm off to sulk. And I'm going to have a few glasses of single malt. Does make you wonder how the hell you can trade this without having this. Or vice versa. It does give you a heads up, doesn't it? Yeah, house husband. In fact, I did some washing earlier. I washed a bunch of t-shirts. I do washing as well. I'm available for hire if you're interested. Clean windows, I did a lot. That's the good thing about working 3 hours a day. You feel guilty if you sit on your ass and do nothing. So, push up, pull back. If we can get a higher low on here, and I like what I see here, as long as it looks something similar here, then I may have a go at that. but it's got to close over here. Okay, now give us a higher low, little pullback, higher low, sat on top of here would be beautiful. Okay, so that's looking positive. Positive. No setup on here really, because we could have another leg jump in here. Get another leg. After I've finished, yeah, I tend to. I watch what all the other streamers have done, where they went wrong, and then I look at Marco's chart and compare it to mine, and then I watch Max later. Well, he's not on at the moment, but I watch Max. Figure out if I had my channel right, how everybody else had my channel. What did I miss? What did I take risky? So yeah, I have about maybe 20, 30 minutes over the evening and a bit the following day on trying to figure out what was right and what was wrong. So leg. I want this to come back down and retest this now. To be honest with you, mate, there's never a moment in the day when trading isn't at the forefront of my mind. It's always there, always there. It doesn't matter what I'm doing, trading's always in my mind, always at the forefront of my mind, even before family, strangely enough. But I think to do this business, especially to learn it, you've got to be a bit obsessed, because you've got to be able to just keep coming back and coming back, because there's so much heartache and misery. There's so many failures. If you haven't got, if you don't sort of develop a love-hate relationship with, it's going to be hard, isn't it? But you've got to sort of hate it but love it in a strange way. But there's never a second where that trading isn't at the forefront of my mind. I'm kind of obsessed in a strange way, but it's definitely a love-hate relationship. It's almost like a marriage, but worse. You can walk away from a marriage, you're kind of stuck here. But yeah, I think to learn this, you have to have a bit of an obsessive nature, because there is so many tough days that it's very, very easy to just disappear. I used to study more than trade in it, but now I spend less time studying it. It's true. Yeah, it does have that effect, which is why I mentioned earlier I'm getting a hobby for Christmas, this leather making stuff. I've got some leather tools for Christmas coming, and I'm going to start making, I don't know, a wallet or something. Maybe a whip for my wife. Or for me, for you to use on my wife. I don't know whether that'll work or not, but I need a hobby, because it does. I mean, I've been absolutely obsessed and with trading now for 3 years. I started it 3 years ago in December, actually, beginning of December. And it's never ever out of my mind. Second, that's what I'm hoping, mate. It's never out of my mind. But I think you kind of have to be a bit like that. Come on, come down here. I'm hoping this comes down here as well. Second entry long off here, and the same here would be nice. I just hope it doesn't go without us. Come down. It does seem to say that if the NQ comes down, this almost seems to follow it. Perhaps they just work in tandem, and it just seems that way. That's what we want. Come down to the EMA, or so as we've pushed up, bounce once, twice, three, triple test along here. That'll be at the EMA, 2 legs down. That'd be a beautiful trade then, and hopefully we may get some distance. But I want to try and get 4 or 5 points out of this market if I can. Because I think I've done my due diligence and sat here long enough for all this misery. Leg break, new high, 2 legs back. We've taken out all these shorts. Surely this is prime for a push up now. This is looking nice, but we need to close bearish, pull back down, trap the shorts, and then push up, make them miserable. Yeah, I think I've earned 4 or 5 points. Not too much to ask for. If we can get back here, there's 4 points. I'll take that. It's not a lot in the grand scheme of things. Leg up, 2 legs back. push up, bounce again, up, bum, 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 2 legs back. I think there's a good chance of getting up for a chunk of this leg. Even if we get half of it, I'll be happy with. Okay, so far so good. So hurry up and close. And you come down and tick below this. Come on, come on, down you come. You've got to trap these shorts, surely. If you put down, trap that shorts, then I'll put that trigger that lower. I'd prefer to come down a bit closer, ideally. Closer to this. And then sit above there. So far so good. But hurry up and finish. Okay, that's technically a second entry long. It's closed below there. Not sure I feel going that far from the this channel, because it could come up and then have 2 legs back and take out your stop. If I do something like this, it's going to be for a quick couple of points. Trouble is, if this goes above here and above here, I can't see it stopping. Anybody else going along above there if it sits right? I mean, it doesn't need to go up in that same line. It just could be a different channel. It may sort of just be a channel like that. Depends on how it closes. Yeah, I'd prefer it to come a bit closer. Leg and a leg. See, I'm thinking this, and we've only really touched it twice, so let's get rid of that. And it could just be like that, really. Which kind of fits, which would certainly get us up here. Leg up, 2 legs back and a leg up. Doesn't necessarily need to be. This could just be a leg and a leg. Excuse me 1 second.
Order submitted. Order canceled. Order submitted. Order cancelled. Order submitted. Order filled.
Sorry. I got it switched off, not sure why. How long have I been chatting away for? As long as that triggers, I'm alright with that. I got in a bit early, actually. Got a bit excited. Mind you, if it triggers, I'll have saved myself a couple of ticks anyway, so it does look like it's nice. I like the way we've pushed up, bounced off here, and we've bounced twice there, so I think there's a good chance that's still holding strong. We're 2 ticks away for that trigger, and that's way bullish enough for a second entry long. Push up. It's definitely looking quite strong, so as long as that holds anyway, but it is what it is. This is my last trade of the day, or only trade of the day. I got out for a tick earlier. I got in here, I think. My stop would have been here, so I'd have still been okay, but It's just one of them days today, and it's hard to work out, isn't it? Come on, stop pissing around. Push up, for God's sake. Trouble is, we've had a breakout at the bottom here. This could just be a failed breakout, which I need it to get up there. If it gets up there, then I expect a good push. It's just whether it's going to or not, who knows. But this is it for me today. It is what it is. I'm kind of just not bothered either way, really. I've done what I can do. I'm in the trade. All right, albeit a couple of ticks early, but it did look like it was lining up really good. I'm going to give that one extra tick. Sometimes it makes a difference. If you look at some of Mac's older videos, he uses a couple of ticks. So 225 maximum loss. Come on, NQ, for God's sake, get up. Go on, NQ, up you get. Tis a bit awesome, yeah. Trouble is, there is a possibility it could continue to go sideways till it hits here. Obviously, it depends. It might be a different scenario. So we had 2 legs back. It may go sideways and then push up, but whether it takes a stop out in the meanwhile or not, God only knows. God only knows. You're still in a trade with your runner. It would help us if this moves. If we can get above here, then I think we've got a good chance there. Your runner stops at 48.24, is it, down here? So you're thinking long as well. Yeah. If this gets up above here, I think we'll be okay. So fingers crossed. I mean, for my eyes, it's bullish. We've had a good push up, loads of sideways, finding some strength there, push up. Always going to have a pullback. So I'd expect then to get at least another leg up. Which would sort of, well, from here, take us up to above where my order is anyway. So leg up, 2 legs back, a little bit of sideways. So fingers crossed. Oh. Okay, so far, so good. Leg up, leg back. Come on, keep going, you bummer. This is blooming slow. Come on, you dumb thing. Now trap some shorts and off we go. Come on. I nearly got out then, to be fair. Yeah, slight issue is it may keep going sideways till it hits here. I just hope it doesn't tick us in the meantime. So it's triggered some shorts. Let's touch that line. So come on, you blooming thing. Oh, come on, you damn thing. God, this is a blooming horrible day. I just want to get out of this damn trade now. God, it's nothing worse. Nothing flipping worse.
Stop filled.
Okay, flipping finally. Okay, I'm done for the day, folks. There's just nothing worse, is there? Okay, so have a great day. I appreciate all your comments. Just down a couple of hundred for the day. I can live with that. So have a great evening, and I will be back same time tomorrow. Bye for now.